Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. My name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday or most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. And today I only have one book that I'm reading, and that is our book club pick, A Man Called Uva. And Kat and I will be meeting to talk about this book next Thursday. And I am super, super excited to talk about it. I am on page 167, chapter 18. And I definitely think that this is a really interesting story so far. There's going to be a lot to talk about in terms of the characterization of Uva and like how you feel about him as a person. So you still have some time. If you read pretty quickly, it's a little less than a week now, but if you want to join in and talk with us about this book, we would be happy to have you. And as always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on how you are feeling. Unfortunately, where I live, if there was any hope that I could have like the illusion that fall would continue on a little bit longer, I am not going to get that. There's no opportunity for that now because not only has it been snowing and sleeting, and we had a bunch of black ice, and like our interstates were closed down for a time, but we are heading into single digit and negative temperatures this weekend. So it's going to be pretty brutal. But it's weird because then I think next week we're supposed to get back up into at least the high 30s, if not the 40s. I think it's going to be in the 40s. So yeah, it's the temperature right now is really weird, and I hate that we're getting January temperatures in December because I usually like January is usually the coldest month, and I hate it, but then I know that once we're past that, it gets a little bit better. It's just been terrible right now. So, wish me luck with that, with the single digits and negative degree temperatures. I hope that where you live, it will be better for you than that. And I'm going to go ahead and go on over and see how everybody is doing. And Melissa's here. Melissa says, reading Killers of the Flower Moon today. Very nice. I hope that that is going to be or is an enjoyable book. And Heidi says, I have been binge watching BBC period dramas instead of reading Bleak House, Middlemarch, North and South, Jane Eyre, all excellent. Oh, that's really fun. Were they the original ones that were created by BBC, like the older versions, or did they make new ones? And Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. That's right. And Heidi says, Rob, what is your dinner prediction and book tonight for Alex? Rob says, I should finish A Man Called Uva. You saying Uve? I thought it was Uva. No, we looked it up. I told you, Kat and I looked it up. It's Uva tonight. Although I started Moan by Junjo Ito and Automatic Noodle by Annalie Newitz. Automatic Noodle sounds great, Rob. What is that? Because I knew who Junjo Ito is. And Heidi says, I'm going to start Invincible by Stanislaw Lem, my first by him. Cool. And Rob says, Keaton, Heidi, I'll go with Shrimp Scampi. Rob, you're so close. Oh my gosh, that's weird. I cooked tonight and I did my own tempura. So I didn't follow a recipe. I made my own tempura and I did honey sriracha shrimp with basmati rice. So I'm gonna give you a point for that. Let's say close enough. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hi, Alex and chat. And hi to you, Jamie. Melissa says, it's like spring here. Well, I am very happy for you for that because it is not anywhere by me. And Anna's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, we're expecting 4 to 6 inches of snow Saturday and Sunday. I actually don't know how much snow we're expecting to get. I know that we're supposed to get some. Yay. And Stina says, hello, everybody. Hi, Stina. I'm listening to 12 Sleighs of Christmas and working on my 2026 calendar setup. Oh, that's so fun. And so tell me, Stina, 12 Sleighs of Christmas, is that a like cozy murder mystery or something? Like what is that? And what is your calendar setup? Like do you make your own calendar? Like you buy a journal and make it? Sounds like fun. Heidi says, Rob, that is a good one, but maybe too fancy for Friday night. And Magnolia says, hello, Alex. Hello, chat. Hello to you. Rob says, Heidi, hopefully Keaton has recovered. If not, he'll be having dry toast and flat ginger ale. Yes. For those of you who didn't see my message in the community post last week, Keaton started throwing up the night before he had to leave to drive back from Atlanta. And it was a terrible trip home for him. It was a really rough trip there. It was a terrible trip home because he felt horrible, all the way back. And then fortunately, after he got home, he never threw up again, but he was having terrible heartburn. And he's not used to that because he doesn't get heartburn. And so he was really suffering, and I felt so bad for him. But fortunately, he's doing much better now. And Jamie says, we hit 80 earlier in the week, but now it's 62. I'm not going to say I hate you because I don't, but I'm very jealous. And Melissa says, it's nice, but roads flooded out and the highway is closed for a huge section. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. See, at least for us, when the black ice melted, the road opened again. And Heidi says, probably all a second go around for the BBC, 1990s and 2000s production. Bleak House has Gillian Anderson and Charles Dance. I love Charles Dance. And Stina says, cozy murder mystery, a bit of a romance too. That sounds like fun. I feel like I can picture that cover. And Anne says, I vote for doing Christmas and then skipping to spring. Agreed. Magnolia says, I'm going to finish the book Full Steam Ahead, Felix, a nonfiction about a station cat on Huddersfield, from Kate Moore, by the way. Oh, that sounds nice. Stina says, glad to hear Keaton is doing better. Thank you. And Magnolia says, only 2 chapters left in my book. Very nice. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. I'm already over the winter weather, and it hasn't been too bad where I'm at. I'm glad I have my copy of Dark Sisters. I purchased all the book club books. Well, thank you very much, and we look forward to having you in 2026. So if you all didn't see Kat and I's release video about our book club picks, be sure to go watch them. So we're looking forward to it. And we got so many comments from people who have already read the books that apparently they're great selections, which makes us, of course, feel really good. So I think it's going to be a good year. Jamie says, which is funny because I was unhappy with 80 and jealous of those with snow. I'll trade you. You want -5? You can have -5. I'll take your 80. Heidi says, Jamie, are you in Florida? 62 sounds perfect. 15 degrees here yesterday. Oh, Heidi, did it snow a bunch where you were? I thought there was supposed to be like a torrential, well, not torrential because it's snow, but like a really bad winter storm that was rolling in that people were saying around like the New York area. It was going to be like 8 inches of snow. Jamie says, my library has Dark Sisters, so I put my hold in. Very nice. Yeah, hopefully because it's going to be a brand new release, you'll be able to get it before then. Since you put it in now, you'll probably be fine. Sina says, this year I'm printing out my own monthly and weekly pages and putting them in a 3-ring binder. I hate how impossible it is to find Monday Start monthly calendars in the US. You should get the Kurzgesagt calendar, Stina. They're super cool. Kurzgesagt, in a nutshell, is a really neat science channel, and they make their own, like they're artists. They don't do it's not any AI. It's their own artists. Make a unique calendar every year, and they are beautiful. They're so fun, and they are Monday Start calendars. And Jamie says, I'm in California, so 62 is perfect. 80 is not. At least there's no humidity here. And Magnolia says, do you have a favorite Christmas movie and song, Alex? Favorite Christmas movie? That's hard. One of the ones I used to watch with my grandma Julie, and I actually am introducing Keaton to now, is Grumpy and Grumpier Old Men. So that's 2 different movies. They first and then the sequel that came after, and they were really, really fun for me. And the plots are kind of chaotic and they're a little bit wacky, but I find them enjoyable because you don't have to take them too seriously. In terms of songs, I do have like a little mini Christmas playlist that I created, and if I had to pick a song on it, it probably would be This Christmas by Straight No Chaser. That's been like one of my top, if not the top, Christmas song for me for many years. I just think that they do a really fantastic job. But I like a lot of like funny Christmas music, not even necessarily like traditional Christmas songs. So I have like a variety of those kinds of songs too. But yeah, I would say This Christmas by Straight No Chaser. And Rob says, audiobook narrator says Uwe. Well, I don't know if is he Swedish? I don't know. I looked it up and that was not how they pronounced it online from the, pronounce this name videos. Heidi says, no snow here, maybe just an hour or two north of me. My backyard is New Jersey border. Okay. Got it. Well, lucky you. I'm glad you didn't get 8 inches of snow. And Stina says, ooh, how is that spelled? It's O-V-E. Uva. And Chris says, I'm hoping for a surprise heat wave like we had a few years ago where it was like 80 degrees in late January and all through February. It was nice to turn on the air conditioner in February. Yeah, we could never where I live. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Hi, Angela. I'm reading 12 Ways to Kill Your Family at Christmas by Natasha Bach. Dark murder mystery. That sounds interesting. I hope you're having a good time with that. Heidi says, Gareth from Books, Songs, and Magic will be doing a Christmas movie trivia live show before New Year's. Very fun. Magnolia says, thanks for the answers. You're welcome. And Stina says, for 2025, I'm using a Moleskine calendar I ordered from a UK supplier. Moleskine's nice. It works okay, but has a bunch of extraneous pages I don't use. That's fair. Melissa says the temperature is about 46 degrees, live about 3 hours north of Seattle. Okay. And Magnolia says, I pronounce Uva way, way differently and probably wrong, but okay. And Angela says, my favorite funny Christmas album is Socks by J.D. McPherson. It's so great. I'm going to just go ahead and look that up and put it in my Spotify so I can hear it. Socks by JD. All right. I added it to my library. All right. Hold on. Sorry. It's being finicky. There we go. Now check that out. And Stina says the calendar makers. And Keaton's here. It's my sweet Keaton. He says, hi, everyone. Just popping in to wish everyone a good sprint and great reading. And Anne says, reading trackers by Alexis Wright, an Australian author. Okay. Awesome. And Stina says, my Swedish is mostly about food, but Uva sounds more correct to my ears. Well, Rob, I guess we're voting. I guess we're voting on how we're supposed to pronounce it. And Anne, I want to go back to yours really quick. What is reading trackers about? And Magnolia says, hello, Keaton. Well, everybody, I will give you your first question of the evening, and we're going to dive into our first 45-minute sprint here. And my first question for you all is, do you enjoy receiving presents or prefer giving them? I think this one will be a nice one for the holiday. And Stina says, how do you spell the calendar company? Oh, Kurzgesagt. Yeah, it's German. So technically I probably could spell it because they spell everything phonetically, which I love about German. But I'm just going to type it out for you in the chat so you can see it. K-R-Z-G. There you go. Kurzgesagt. And Heidi says, Alex, is there a new 2026 release you're looking forward to? What was your best and worst book of 2025 besides The Terror? That's a good one, Heidi, because I usually wait to look at which one I think is best until I've officially read all of my books for the year, because I have that as one of my things I put in my book journal that I do every year. Let me go. Let me look at my story graph really quick in terms of the books that I've already read, so I can tell you. I'm sure. That yeah, the Terror's definitely the lowest rating, 100%. Did I never rate? Oh, I didn't rate The Woman in the Library. That's weird. I need to go and fix that. Let's see. Uh, damn, because my 5 stars were all really really good. I would say, in terms of one of the best written, in terms of like a period piece, was Year of Wonders, a novel of the plague, and that was by Geraldine Brooks. And it is a fiction novel. That was really great. In terms of the, I guess, more like emotional story that I connected with, that would be Our Wives Under the Sea by Julia Armfield, and I absolutely adored that book. And then in terms of both a educational and entertaining book that was nonfiction, that was A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson, and I adored Bill Bryson's writing. I look forward to reading another book by him, and I do plan to read another one in the coming year. In terms of upcoming 2026 releases, to be honest with you, I haven't been looking at them, so I guess I'll find out as stuff starts coming out. C says, thanks, you're welcome. And Anne says the title is just Tracker. It is Aboriginal Australian history. Okay, cool. You said my best nonfiction book is All the Way to the River by Elizabeth Gilbert. And Kat's here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends. I'm in Baton Rouge heading to the hotel we're staying at overnight. Tonight is Barry's work holiday party. Oh, fun. I hope you all have a wonderful time. Please tell Barry I said hello. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. It's good to see you. You said, remember, even snowmen need water. Have a cup of holiday cheer and a Christmas cookie or two. Check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and share cozy blessings with the like button. Thank you very much. That is super sweet, Christina. I love it. And Magnolia says, one of my favorites this year so far was The Seven Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle by Stuart Turton. Yay! Because I really like that book, but I have more faves. And hello, it's nice to see you. I don't know who you are, Infinitix Library, but welcome to you. And you said hello, just popping over from Nicole Sprint's trying to finish Angels Over Man. Well, welcome to you. And Kat says, Barry says hello. Angela says it's Uva, old Scandinavian name. Okay, thank you. Rob says Automatic Noodle is about a ragtag group of robots that run a restaurant. Oh, I've seen that book cover. Yes, I have seen that book cover, Rob. Now I know what you're talking about, because that was a book that when I saw it, I was like, that sounds like a lot of fun, but I have too much to read right now. So please let me know what you end up thinking of that, because it sounds enjoyable. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and have us dive in to the 45-minute sprint. And you already have your question, which is, again, do you enjoy receiving presents or prefer giving them? And I will talk to you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. Sorry about that, everyone. I just realized that I put my computer on silent, so I might have gone an extra minute. Thank you for your patience. All right, while we were on that last sprint, I made it to page 200. So I made some really good progress during that 45 minutes, and I only have about 130 pages left until the end of the book. So woo-hoo. I am really enjoying it. I really like A Man Called Ove. It's my kind of book so far. And let's see. Our new friend here says, I'm Kylar. Nicole recommended your sprints link as she ended hers. Oh, that was really sweet of her. Nicole actually used to come and hang out with us before she had her own channel. And I know she's like super busy nowadays and she pops on every now and again. So the fact that she would recommend you coming here means a lot. So thank you. And Angela says, Automatic Noodle sounds like a fun ride. I agree. And Kat says, I'm reading The Air Affair by Jasper Ford. I finished Ove yesterday. Oh my God, Kat, you burned through that. Good for you. I think that bodes well. I'm gonna make my bet. Magnolia says, I enjoy both giving and receiving. Talking about our question that we had during that last sprint, which is, do you enjoy receiving presents or prefer giving them? And Kathy says, hey guys, eating dinner, doing a bit of planning, then getting an intense gym session. Oh, very nice. Well, good for you. Way to go get it. And Nani is here. Hi, Nani. You said, I enjoy receiving and giving this year, particularly. I'm doing everything handmade. Oh, that's really lovely. I did a lot of handmade stuff last year, and I know it takes a lot of time, but people do tend to appreciate it. So what kinds of things are you making? What is your particular craft skill? And Kat says, I enjoy giving and receiving presents. Stina says, both. I get uncomfortable if the reciprocity isn't balanced. Yeah, I get really uncomfortable about receiving gifts too if I don't have anything to give. I mean, I'm still awkward about receiving them even when I do give something. But I recognize the reason I'm like that is because I have members of my family that when they would give me gifts, it was always about like showing how excited you were. So I had to be like overly excited about things and be like kind of over the top about it. And it felt disingenuous even to me as a child. And so I get really uncomfortable if I don't feel that I show the appropriate amount of like gratitude, if you will, even for small things. I feel like I overdo it in terms of being like, oh, thank you. But even I do mean it when I say thank you. It's just I never understand like to what degree you're supposed to be excited for something, which I know sounds really sad. But that was what it was like for me as a kid. So, but I do not feel that way about giving gifts to other people. Like if other people they get something and they're just like, oh, nice, thanks, like that's fine, you know. And Magnolia says, can you type the singer group here for the song This Christmas? I can't find it. Sure. I just put it in the chat. Anne says, I'm finding it very interesting how the Aboriginal people in Australia were treated compared to Native Americans in this country. And do you want to elaborate on that? What was the difference? I'm pretty sure very similar issues happened in terms of, erasure of their culture, but I don't know really much about anything else about the Aboriginal people. And Heidi says, I enjoy giving gifts. My son has a whole team of people in his life, from teachers, aides, and therapists that I give presents to all year round. And your presents are really great, Heidi. You're so sweet. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. I'm jumping over from Nicole's sprints. I didn't get any reading done with her, but hope to tonight. Well, welcome over. Hopefully you can get some done. I definitely am feeling productive tonight. I feel like I was actually thinking this right before we were coming back from sprints. I was like, man, I feel like my focus is good tonight, which usually does not happen. I'm hoping that can continue. And Heidi says, Christopher Buehlman is releasing the third and final book in his Black Tongue series in October. I was wondering, Heidi, if it was just a duology or if it was going to be a trilogy. He said, so far, that is my most anticipated. My favorite book was Titus Groan of Gormenghast. Oh, yeah. I remember you talking about that one, and I looked it up, and it sounded really interesting. And Teresa says, I'm reading Operation Happy by Jenny Walsh, which is a middle grade about a girl and her dog during Pearl Harbor. Oh, wow. I'm also listening to The Searcher by Tana French. Both are wonderful. Oh, I love it. I've never heard of either of those, but I'm glad that you're enjoying them. Jamie says, I prefer giving gifts because I like to make and personalize them. Yes, absolutely. I just finished a pair of socks for Keaton, and I actually finally have decided to make socks for myself. The color never comes through very well on the camera because of the lighting in here, but it's multiple different shades of orange and then a green. So, and then it's got a tweed. So it's got like these little, like white flecks and stuff in it. And it's working up really nicely right now. And I know it's not really colors for winter, but it makes me feel good because I love this color scheme. So I'm going to make myself some socks for winter. Rob says, Angela, I'm looking forward to getting back to Automatic Noodle. And Jamie says, I'm listening to the audiobook Bad Girls Never Say Die while I run a few errands. It's a feminist reimagining of The Outsiders set in 1964 Texas. Oh, that sounds really good. I haven't read The Outsiders since I was in school. It was one of our required readings. I think that was back in middle school. That was a long time ago. I found a copy of The Outsiders in a little free library, though, when I was going, and I was donating a bunch of books to them, and I did take a copy because that was a book I wanted to reread as an adult. And Rob says, I like giving gifts with my daughter and myself. We just treat each other to something we want. I want an OLED Steam Deck. Yeah, I know about those. Those are really expensive. Oldest daughter and grandson all order from Amazon. And Rob says, Heidi, Between Two Fires, Christopher Buehlman is the best book I read this year. I didn't realize he wrote The Black Tongue Thief. Yes, that's like one of her favorite authors ever. And William says, I enjoy giving and receiving only food gifts, cookies and candy. I don't like making too high expectations. And that's very fair. I do think we have kind of a culture, at least in the US, of like if you do something really big one year, at least maybe it's not this way for everybody else, but it feels this way in my family that if you do something really big one year, it feels like you need to be able to do something equally as big the following year. And then it just becomes really stressful about trying to give gifts. I had a conversation with my friend Brian about that years ago because we would buy each other like really nice personalized gifts for each other for Christmas. And it got to the point where we were both spending a lot of money and we just stopped really doing gifts, and we were both fine with that. Ended up being okay, even though the gifts we were giving were really meaningful and they were really cool. It's hard when the expectation is to find something like that every single year. So I get it. And also, hi. I just realized I didn't say hi, William. And Magnolia says, I finished my book. Good job. That's awesome. Telkana's here. Hi, Telkana. Good to see you. And Jamie says, Rob, have you read The Lesser Dead by Buehlman? That's my favorite of his so far. I plan to finish reading his backlist in 2026. I've read 5 of his novels so far. Okay, can somebody tell me how many he's read? Because I assumed when I got The Black Tongue Thief that was his debut, but I didn't know anything about him other than the fact that it was a book recommended by Heidi. So if you could tell me how many he has, or at least can tell me when he wrote his first book, I'll have an understanding of like kind of his popularity. Talkana says, giving, but I won't turn down a gift if offered. Yeah. Jamie says, Heidi, ooh, that's exciting. New Buehlman. Rob says, Jamie, I need to read more Buehlman. He says, Rob, I just reread Between Two Fires, narrated by the author free in his YouTube channel. After Black Tongue, read Daughter's War, which has his best prose but no humor like Black Tongue and Lesser Dead. I do like a good humor in a book, especially if it's super dry. Dry humor and wit, those are my favorite. Rob says, Jamie, if you like vampires, you might like Coffin Moon. Think Blake Crouch, just Reddit story. Good if you're in a reading slump. Well, I love Blake Crouch. He's one of my favorites. And Chris says, I prefer giving presents because I find it too much when I receive presents. If I don't like them, I have to pretend to like them. Yes, that's another thing. I don't like that there's an expectation with giving gifts of just you need to get something for the sake of getting something. Whenever I give a gift, and this has been noted by people in my life, when I give a gift, it is really thought out and very intentional. I don't give gifts just for the sake of giving gifts. And I have people in my life, like my dad, that does that. And he will buy things that I don't want or don't need. And it's gotten to the point now where I'll tell him, I don't want them. And he'll just be like, well, it's on its way anyway. And it's like, okay, thanks, I guess. And so it's hard because I don't like getting things that don't have a lot of like meaning to them, or I don't feel like I need. So yeah, but if it is an intentional gift, like if it's a thoughtful gift, I like them. I like those are really cool. And then like my appreciation is sincere. I just received a really cool book from one of my peeps that I am excited to read next year, and that's an example of a really wonderful gift. And Heidi says, yes, Jamie and Alicia Yo and I all love Bewley. Those Across the River and the Suicide Motor Club are also super. Suicide Motor Club sounds awesome. And Zach's here. Hi, Zach. Zach says 10,000% giving gifts. Jamie says, Those Across the River is on my TBR for next year. Awesome. I haven't heard of that one either. I'm so out of the loop, y'all. I used to know about like every book that people were talking about. And now, unless you all tell me about them, I have no idea what's going on. And Magnolia says, Alex is really into the book. Yes, I was 100% into the book. I says deep into the book. Yes, sorry. Okay. Y'all have to understand I had to quit reading right when I got to another chapter break. And this one is one that I'm dreading, because for those of you who've read this book, I'm not telling anybody anything, but for those of you who read the book, I've gotten to the explanation about the bus. And that's why, yeah, I think that's all I need to say. Jamie says, I'll have to check out Coffin Moon. I love vampires as long as they don't sparkle. Rob says, no sparkles. And Reader's Retreat says, hello, everyone, and hello to you. Elkana says, what are you wearing? It looks the most comfy. It is the most comfy. It's like a giant Snuggie. Hang on. And what's really awesome is it's freaking huge. It's like a one size order thing. And it's got pockets. It has like this big kangaroo pouch pocket in the front, and it's got side pockets right here. I've got all the pockets I could want, and I love it. It's very warm, especially for me who runs cold and hate it in the wintertime, because I've got like my fleece pajamas on under this too. I mean, like I have layers, and this is the only way that I can be comfortable. And Heidi says, Alex, did you finish Drawing of the Three? Yes, Kat and I both did, and we ended up talking about it. And I told her that the book I'm most interested in is the one that covers like Roland's backstory, the fourth book. I think, what is that? The Wizards of Glass? I don't remember. But yeah, we're about to head into the Wastelands. I think we're going to be starting that in January is what we decided, is we were going to wait until next year to get into the third book. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I didn't read ahead. You said it's not that good, but Wizards and Glass is the best of the entire series. Yeah, so that one's the one that I'm really looking forward to, because I want to understand Roland more. And I don't know, the way that I felt about the Drawing of the Three was complicated, because again, it left me at the end being really intrigued for what was going to happen. I want to know more about the story, but it really bothered me, like Odetta and Detta's explanations of, the character and her split personality and the things that she would say. And I'm not bothered. I don't feel like I'm bothered by a lot. There's probably some people who would watch my channel and be like, you're bothered by a ton, which if you have that criticism, fair. But it skeeved me out. And it just, I don't know. There was something about it that also felt like he was describing people's mental illnesses in such a way where it just felt bad. And now I'm happy at least that there's a resolution for her. So hopefully, we're not going to have to carry that through to the other books. That was the part of it that bothered me the most. And Angela says, hi, Kat, you're here. You said, I enjoy giving rather than receiving. And then for anybody who is wondering, the group I was talking about for the song This Christmas that I really love, it's by Straight No Chaser. And Magnolia says, thank you. I've never heard of them. I'm curious. I don't typically listen to a cappella groups, but they're an a cappella group and are absolutely fantastic. And they make a lot of, like, their Christmas album that they released, it's many years old. I saw them in concert. They are so funny. And I enjoy their music. That's one of the songs that they sing, though, that is not humorous, and it's just a really pretty song. And Davon's here. Hi, Davon. She says, Happy Friday. Yes to you as well. And Anne says they were both mistreated. The children were taken from their families and sent to schools to be indoctrinated. Yes. Yeah, probably weren't. We're told that they're not allowed to speak their native language. They're not allowed to practice their culture. It's really sad, like how much, of like religion and tradition and everything was beaten out of these kids when they had to go to those schools. It's awful. Melissa says, I like giving and receiving gifts. I said, I got to about 10% in killers. Very nice. And Angela says, I looked Automatic Noodle up on Amazon, August 26th release date. Not fair, Robert. And Teresa says, I like giving, but I only like receiving if it is a gift with thought to it. I find it hard to not look fake with a gift I can't use. I have so many people give me baked goods for Christmas. When they know I have to have gluten-free, then they say, well, maybe your husband can eat them. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, that would be upsetting at 100% if you're given a gift that they know that you can't eat, or like they were just absentmindedly, not being considerate. I'm sorry. Devon says, I'm definitely a gift giver, usually homemade or from Etsy. I'm uncomfortable receiving gifts, though. I'm weird. No, it's not weird. It's not weird. I honestly think it, at least for me, has a lot to do with the way you were conditioned as a kid about like what it means to receive a gift and like how grateful you're supposed to be. And like, yeah. Rob says, Angela, library pickup. We are cool in New Jersey. And Magnolia says, we get our gifts from all kinds of places. They're most of the time very meaningful or what someone has on the wish list, but it could be new, but also secondhand could be just as good or self-made. Yeah, absolutely. I do think that secondhand finds that people get are really nice. And I probably would like those in a lot of cases more than something new, because at least then I know that, it was saved from being wasted, which I think is cool. Heidi says, Buellman started off with horror 2011 and has moved into fantasy, but still with small horror elements. Well, I'll probably like that then. Jamie says, Suicide Motor Club is awesome. A vampire hunting nun is the main character. Oh my God. That sounds awesome. I'm writing that down right now. That is so funny. Yeah, that's why I said earlier that like that's a really great name for a book, but the Vampire Hunting Nun. All right. Angela says, Robert didn't even think about checking the library. My library had it, and now it is mine. Yay! New Jersey and Indiana, both cool. And Jamie says, that was a great promo for the Snuggie. Yeah, it's not Snuggie brand. You can find this on Amazon or probably some other, online retailer. I did get mine from Amazon, but I do love it. And I love that it's easy to clean. Jamie says, all the pockets you could need. That's what I'm saying. I could fit a whole book in my pocket in the little kangaroo pouch. Rob says, Angela, and gives a smiley face. And he says, Alex in that hoodie, she looks like an anime character that's going to pull out a bazooka and a tank from those pockets. I could fit one in there, probably. And Heidi says, there's a comic book bind up called Dark Tower Beginnings, all Roland's childhood. You should read that after Wizards and Glass, then stop, as the rest is garbage. Kat and I are going to read all of them. We will make it through to the end, regardless of how we end up feeling about them. I do want to complete them. And Zach says, one of my friends is moving. My standard housewarming gag gift is black toilet paper. Oh, that's fun. But she's also getting a nice tea mug with tea infuser and lid and a couple Reese's coffee cake mixes. Oh, that's sweet. That's really nice. Angela says, thanks for the vampire recommendation, Robert. That's my weakness. Jamie says, mine too, Angela. Rob says, Angela, you're welcome. It's a solid read. Heidi says, Alex Buffalo Hunter. I know I need to read more Stephen Graham Jones. And Moon of the Crusted Snow, related to the horrors of what happened to the native cultures and people in fictional stories. Moon of the Crusted Snow is one we've definitely talked about before. I think I have that one saved too. I'll have to double check. Anne says, I have a notebook that I keep my book wish list in. My wife confiscated the notebook. Oh, that's sweet. Sounds like you got some good stuff coming. And Magnolia says, I love me some pockets. Don't we all? All ladies love pockets because we don't get enough of them. Sometimes our pockets are fake. Jamie says, I could fit a cat in the kangaroo pouch. You actually, no joke, you really could. You could, like, probably, if I had to guess, this pocket could fit like 3 kittens or 1 small cat. And Rob says, Heidi, Moon of the Crusted Snow is the worst book I've read in years. Oh no. And Angela says, The Suicide Motor Club. Thanks, Jamie. Heidi says, Jamie, did you read Necroscope by Brian Lumley? Magnolia says, oh my god, yes, I hate fake pockets. Like, why? That's because of the purse industry, Magnolia, and I'm not kidding. Zach says, I like giving gifts because I don't get much, or I didn't get much as a kid, so I had to learn to expect or want anything and not resent what other people get. Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, that's nice. Alrighty, everybody. I am going to go ahead and get us set up for our next 45-minute sprint. And my next question is kind of related to the one I just asked, which is, do you have any gifts you were excited about giving this year? So something like really cool or thoughtful, or something you made, and like which person it's going to go to, and why you picked that thing out. I think that would be fun. Let's see. And Heidi says, Robert, I loved Moon of the Crusted Snow. Magnolia says, I'm not going to do another sprint, but head to my bed. Well, you enjoy your bed, Magnolia, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And to everybody else, I'm going to try not to get lost in the sauce this time. I did just make sure that my audio was turned on so that I'll hear it when the cat meows next time. Jamie says, I added to my list, or I'll add that to my list, Heidi. Wonderful. And Rob says, Heidi, every character was purposely rude to the elders, then the grab ass jokes. Ugh. Magnolia says, thank you. Bye bye. I'll have a lovely weekend as well. All right, everybody. 45 minutes up on the clock. You have your next question. And I'm going to dive back into A Man Called Ove. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right. Heard the jingle that time. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 232. So another 32 pages down during that sprint. So I only have 100 pages left until the end. Making great progress tonight. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have any gifts you are excited about giving this year? Let's see what you all have to say. Talcana says, going to listen to The Strength of the Few and work on finishing journals and Bujo this sprint. Awesome. And Davon says, answer, instead of a big Christmas, we saved up for a year pass to Universal Studios. That's really cool. That's wonderful. We'll have pajamas Christmas Eve, stockings, and a secret Santa. That's lovely. That's so nice. Zach says, my favorite gift I gave this year was for the one who's moving. I got her the book The Carols of Cthulhu for Christmas, which is a Christmas carols with a Lovecraftian twist. How fun. I didn't know anything like that existed. Heidi says, my husband is getting us a new exercise bike for Christmas. Oh, nice. So that will be great. He also took a lot of days off work during the holiday break to help me with Luke. So that is the best gift I can ask for. That's awesome, Heidi. I love hearing that. And Zach says, but my biggest gift earlier this year was simply giving $2,000 to someone who is struggling. Didn't you say that you gave that to a fellow YouTuber, Zach? I thought I remembered you saying something about that, but I could be wrong. But that's really sweet of you. How very generous. And Angela says, all the gifts I'm giving my grandson this year are the ones I'm most excited to give. It's been almost 5 years since we've all been together at Christmas. Divorce is hard on grandparents too. Absolutely it is. I grew up with the divorced parents, and my grandparents all lived in like different places. So I had the only grandparent I saw regularly was my mama, who's my mom's mom. And my grandma Julie, I only got to see at holidays. My grandpa George lived all the way in Wichita, Kansas. And I only got to see him, I think, like every couple Christmases, if that. And my pop, it was just like random times that I would see him. So yeah, it's rough. I'm really happy that you get to get together. Davon says, gotta run, have a great sprint. Hopefully she's having a wonderful rest of her night. And Jamie says, I cross-stitched a couple of Frozen characters. Oh, for my granddaughter, since she is obsessed with Elsa. All of her gifts this year have a Frozen theme. That's adorable. Anne says, I'm giving my daughter a box. A box? A box with what? And Stina says, I'm still mulling over what to get my draws, but I'm in 2 groups that do a what is that? Jolabaka Flawed exchange? What is that? It's always fun getting to know their taste and finding something to fit it. Please explain more. That is one of the funniest things that I've heard today. Anne says, I'm giving my daughter a box of printer paper and printer ink. Oh, nice. Okay. Printer ink's expensive. Stina says, Angela, that stuff is spendy. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Oh, yeah, met Anne. There we go. Rob says, giving gifts, Suntup Press, Born of Man and Woman by Richard Matheson, and it was slightly damaged in shipping. They sent a replacement, so I sent the first book to an internet friend. That's so nice. How cool. Nan says, I don't think she will find it amusing. Why not? I mean, if it's useful, I guess it doesn't have to be amusing as long as it's, I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Practical? That's the word I'm looking for. And Zach says, yeah, it was to a YouTuber, but I can't say who because they never made it public. No, I don't want you to tell me, to be very clear. You didn't tell us at the time either. So no, I remembered you telling me it was to a YouTuber. Stina says, Yuletide Book Flood. Yuletide Book Flood. It's an Icelandic tradition. Oh, I know about this. Yes. To exchange book and chocolate and then spend Christmas Eve reading and snacking. Yes. I love that. Honestly, maybe that will be the thing that Keaton and I do next year. That would be super cute if all we did was a book exchange and exchanged some snacks and then sat and read with each other. That would be sweet. I am okay. If I'm talking about gifts that I'm excited about, obviously I think Keaton's watching, so I can't tell you all what I got him. But I got him some things that are related to his hobbies, like his things that he loves the most, and it'll be fun because the gifts are unique and I can guarantee that he's never seen them or thought about getting them for himself. I would actually be shocked if he'd ever like seen these before. So I'm really excited about those because I think they'll be fun. And then for my memo, I'm going to be getting her. So my mama is one of those people that she will literally never tell you anything that she wants at all. It's just such a sweet woman, and she'll just save up for it and buy it herself. And she just doesn't like it when people do stuff for her. So it's rare when she's like, "Hey, I'd like this thing." And it wasn't that she was asking me for a gift; she just happened to mention it. We were at Thanksgiving, and she for Christmas one year had bought me a Ninja skillet. It's one of those never stick skillets, which by the way is the best pot or pan, best pan I have ever owned in my life. It's fantastic. And she told me that they make an entire cooking set of like pots and pans and like a baking sheet and stuff. And she really wanted it, but they're super expensive. And there was a really good deal at Walmart. So I placed an order for it today and they'll hold it for 4 days and I can go and pick it up, but I have to drive a ways to go get it. So I'll probably have to drive in the snow tomorrow, which is fine. But I'm happy to do that for her because it's just, she's my mama. I love giving her stuff. And then I got some fun gifts for my friends that are related to their hobbies. Because again, I always want stuff to be very personal and not just like a random gift that's like, yeah, here you go. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a really fun Christmas. Alrighty. And for our next question, this is not Christmas related, but it is toy related, is going to be, are there any toys or games that you still enjoy from your childhood or are nostalgic for? I think that this is I feel like this time of year is a wonderful time for nostalgia. My generation are considered like the most nostalgic generation. Like I found out, I was reading a news article recently that apparently like millennials and Gen Z have started collecting like toys and things from their youth. Where it's like a lot, I mean, people have always done that, don't get me wrong, but apparently it's become like a huge industry. Like the toy industry was really suffering before because parents weren't buying a lot of toys for their kids. Well, now a lot of adults are injecting money into the market for toys for themselves and doesn't have anything related to buying for their children at all, which is really interesting. I think Legos, like how popular Legos are with adults. So that just got me thinking about this, and I want to know if you all have anything that you're like really nostalgic for. And Anne says, I got a new hardback journal to continue to keep track of the books I have read. I have a list for the past 53 years. Good for you, Anne. How wonderful. So cool. Alrighty, everybody. Well, you have your next question, and I will put us up for another 45-minute sprint. I might end up spending some time tonight during one of my sprints working on my sock. I'm at the point right now where I have to start doing the heel and the heel turn, which always takes a little bit of time. So that'd probably be a good thing to spend, 45 minutes doing. So try to read a little bit more, then I might take a break to do some knitting just to give my eyes a rest. And I will let you all get back to it. So I'll see you in a little bit and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Spent part of that sprint talking with Keaton, and I got a little bit more reading done. Not much, though. But I did make it to page 239, and I decided for my next sprint that I'm going to work on my sock. So, really enjoying working with this yarn. Feels very different than other yarns that I've worked with. It's like coarser, but it's still soft enough that I think it'll be comfortable. So, looking forward. And before we left, I asked you all the question, are there any toys or games that you still enjoy from your childhood or are nostalgic for? Let's see what you all had to say. Oh, I forgot to mark where the last comment was, so give me just 1 second. Oh yeah, so it was, we left off in Anne talking about her hardback journal that she tracks her books in, and there's a list from the past 53 years, and she said my daughter is doing it as well, which is so cool. So there are almost 4,000 books. That's really amazing, Anne. Wow. JB says games and children's books that I played, read as a kid, or with my kids are my nostalgia sweet spot. I have Sorry, Uno, Life, Monopoly, etc. My grandson is getting close to the age where we can start. That is so sweet. I love it. Yay. I played a lot of Uno and Sorry. Yeah, I played all of those. Life, Monopoly, Candyland. Trying to think of some other ones. Oh, Trouble. Trouble was a big one. JB says playing Sorry and Uno. He said, I'm looking forward to buying a new Operation game. Operation, yeah. I also had Hungry Hungry Hippos. That was a big one that I loved too, but I always played that one by myself. And he said, yeah, getting that at some point. Zach says, no nostalgia, but I do want to say my friend hand-painted a Lovecraftian Christmas card for me. Hasn't showed up in the mail, but it's going to be fantastic. That's so cool. That's a really wonderful personalized gift. And Jamie says, I love that Icelandic tradition, Stina. Angela says, I still look to doodle on an Etch-a-Sketch, or like to doodle on an Etch-a-Sketch, a game of Old Maid, but I really get excited when I see the Jax. Always a doll lover, but this year it's an AI robot for me. Oh yeah, that was the one where it's a little pet, right? I remember you telling me about that. I hope it ends up being what you hope that it was. I hope so. Did you have a Lite-Brite? I also really loved a Lite-Brite when I was a kid. It was awesome. Rob says, might be fun to pick up Yahtzee and play that again. Yahtzee was a game that I played with my great-grandmother at her kitchen countertop with my mom, and I loved it so much. She was the only one that I ever played Yahtzee with, and I miss it. So if I ever got to play that again, it would be a good callback to my granny. And Anne says, my wife and I play backgammon all the time. I don't think I've ever played backgammon. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, hey, friends, just stopping in to say hi. I have food poisoning. No! Or stomach flu. I had that earlier in the year. It was awful. Not quite sure, but been running a fever most of the day. Just got me some baked Lay's and a smoothie. I hope that your stomach calms down, Travis, and that it's only like a 24-hour bug and not the week-long crap that I had to deal with. Kat says, board games. I love playing Clue, Sorry, Cootie, and Payday. I have never played Cootie or Payday, Kat, so you're going to have to tell me what those are. Clue, I did enjoy. Clue was a lot of fun. Kat says, I also love reading children's literature. It's fun to revisit my favorite books from childhood. I have not had luck so far in revisiting favorite books from childhood because I don't know. I feel like I didn't have very good taste in books back then, which sounds really silly, but because I tried rereading Dragon Rider this year, and I remember as a kid that it took me forever to read it, and I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, maybe I was just being lazy. I'm not really sure why it took me so long. And then I tried to read it again, and it was so freaking slow, and it was so boring. And I'm like, why did I feel like that one was one of my favorites when this clearly was a really difficult book to get through? I don't know. So I other than like maybe if I reread like Magic Tree House, because I read so many Magic Tree House books. I love those. And I found out that they're doing a TV show adaptation of that the author is actually heavily involved in, and they gave her creative control of the show, which I think is pretty cool. She held off for like 30 years or something like that. And she had multiple offers in the past of them making adaptations, and she always turned them down because she wasn't going to be able to have enough say in the input of the show. Wonder what that'll be like. And Travis says, I enjoy playing with Legos or other knockoff brand building blocks. Absolutely. Logs. Played a lot with Lincoln Logs. Chris says, I miss playing card and board games with my grandmother. No one else in my family plays games. Yeah, my family doesn't play games either, unfortunately. Seems like it was only my grandparents and my great-grandparents. Stina says, Scrabble and Pent are still favorites. I don't know what the second one is. I also get nostalgic for Simon and Merlin. And Travis says, anybody have any good tips for breaking a fever? Seems like nothing is working. That's a rough one. I assume you're probably already alternating Tylenol and ibuprofen. If you're not, you definitely should start doing that. I don't think I know any like good home remedies for breaking a fever, so I'll let everybody else kind of put their 2 cents in. Chris says, I've never played Clue, but I've seen the movie Clue in the triple digits. I've even seen several shadow cast versions. So Clue is one of my friend's favorite movies, and I still haven't seen it, but I have a feeling I would really like it. I need to watch it. Kat says, I made it to chapter 10, 106 of 374 in The Air Affair. This book is wonderfully weird. Oh, I love that, Kat. It's awesome. Heidi says Yahtzee and the card game Spit. I've never played Spit. Kat says, Travis, have you taken any Motrin? And Travis says, sadly, I don't have any. I've been taking Tylenol. Yeah, you got to alternate the Tylenol and the ibuprofen. You can't just take Tylenol. Usually that won't do it as well. Jamie says, made it to 52% and Bad Girls Never Say Die. Nice. And Travis says, probably going to take a lukewarm bath shortly. He says, I made myself some avocado toast and supervised Brian moving his old desk down the stairs. And Rob says, Alex, how are you not knitting bee socks? That's a great question. Rob, I have not gotten any like multicolored yarn, or I should say I haven't gotten any solid colored yarns to do the patterns with, but you know what, when I get to the point where I feel comfortable in my sock knitting abilities, I will figure out how to do a pattern. That would be really fun. That would actually probably be a good way for me to do the color work for the first time, because then at least it's in a smaller item and I'm not trying to do it with like a big sweater, because I really have wanted to do a color work sweater, but they're also really intimidating. And Heidi says, I am starting Lord Fowl's Bane tonight. I just got FOMO from a comment that said Donaldson's prose is magical. Rob putting the B. Jamie says, loved Light Bright. Yeah. Angela says, my daughter had a Light Bright. They were really fun. It's one of my favorite toys that I had at my dad's as a kid. Kat says, I loved my Light Bright. Rob says, Alex, now I can't get the Light Bright song out of my head. Do you guys remember blow pens? That was another big thing that I had when I was a kid. And they were so disgusting because of the way that the spit would build up in the cartridge and stuff. But oh my gosh, I had so much fun with those dang stencils. And Sina says, we had cootie, but I never understood the point of it. Melissa says, thanks for sprints, dinner time for me. Well, have a wonderful weekend. And Travis says, I used to play this really fun game with an elephant and his trunk would extend up into the air. Yes! Yeah, that was the one that it blew the butterflies and you had to catch them in the net. Yeah, and you turn him on and the butterflies would come out in the trunk and you could. Yes, I had that too. Was it Elephun the Elephant? Elephun the Elephant. I am like 99% sure that's what that was. And Stina says, Pent is a little bit like Go. The goal is to get 5 stones in a row, but your opponent can capture unprotected pairs. Oh. I think I have seen that, and they had that at like my daycare when I was a kid, and nobody knew how to play it, so we all just like moved the like little marbles around or like little stones. Might be thinking of a totally different game though. Angela says, cool compress or lukewarm baths, Travis. Okay. So I guess a lukewarm bath is a good idea. Kat says, I think you'd like the Air Affair, Alex. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Kat. Kat says, I also love playing with fashion plates, which I still have. Fashion plates? I don't know what that is. That's cool. And paper dolls kept me entertained. I wish I could have kept them, although I do have a felt doll with different outfits. That's adorable. You saying that, I know this is a totally different subject, but you saying that reminds me, I have a neighbor who has a goose outside that she dresses in different outfits throughout the year, and it's absolutely adorable, and I love it, and I wish I had thought of that first, because now I can't do it because I would be copying, but it's really cute. And then Travis said, my brother and his friend colored me when I was napping with blow pens. No! Because I bet that was really hard to get off, too. Been pleased about that. And Angela says, spirograph. Is that the one with the marbles? Is that what you're referring to, Angela? And Chris says, does anyone remember something called Racco? I remember playing that with my grandmother. I miss her. I never played that. Travis says, yes, I think that was it, Alex. I used it just to play it by myself. Me too, but I was also an only child, so. Kat says, Alex, we could play Cootie with pencil and paper. Elephant was one of Andrew's toys, and we still have it. That is so cute. Ah. That I would try playing Cootie with you, Kat, if we could do it over the camera. That would be really fun. Stina says, Pente, thank you for clarifying, is a little advanced for daycare, not to mention a choking hazard. Yeah, we had a lot of really weird stuff that they gave us. Like this was weird even to me at the time. So I was in elementary school and I didn't go into daycare anytime after that because I aged out. And I was also responsible enough to stay home by myself. But they had this giant box that somebody had brought in, like big circuit boards from like some sort of computer that they had smashed into like a bunch of pieces, and they threw it in a box and they just like let us play with it. And I remember the feeling of them bothered me so much. There was something about the smell. Like I can remember the way that smelled, like metallic scent, and the rough feeling of those boards. Like I just despised it. And I was like, why did they give like these broken circuit boards to kids? And we couldn't do anything with them. It wasn't like a STEM project where it's like, oh, figure out how to like wire something or whatever. No, that wasn't it. It's so stupid. My daycare was a weird place and I hated it. I hated daycare very, very much. A lot of drama in daycare. Kat says, Alex, we should have show and tell. Oh, that would be cute. I don't know what I would show and tell, though. I don't have a lot of, like, my favorite games from when I was a kid anymore. I just have, like, my random things that I kept that I'll show you all one. So you all know that I love Neopets. I've talked about that before. I have a whole collection of Neopet stuff, including the magazines, and I have almost completed my entire collection of all of the magazines that they ever came out with, and I only have one left that's currently in the mail that's on its way here, and then I'll have the complete set, which was my childhood dream. I used to be at daycare and I would look in the magazines and I would see all the like cool merch items and stuff that I could never get. And I thought to myself, I was like, I always wanted the complete set, and I'm finally going to have them. And that doesn't really mean much to other people, but it means a lot to me, especially because at one point in time, the magazines were super expensive because there weren't people who were listing them. So if you wanted one, you were going to pay like $60 or more for one. But a bunch of people ended up listing theirs because they didn't want them anymore, and they dropped like a ton in price. And so I was able to get all of them, which is so cool. But I'll show you like this little handheld thing. So this is I always wanted one of these, and I could never find one until I was at a garage sale with my mama. We used to go garage sailing like every single week, and it was so much fun. And it's a little Neopet Pocket Pal, and you open it up and they had all these different ones that were different locations from the game. So this is the like desert region. And you got a little character with a little peg on the bottom, and you could push the buttons down here and do different things. And it was just really adorable. And I was so excited that I ever found this, and I knew that it was a rarer item, so I just never threw it away. I'm glad that I kept it. And Zach says, they have gooses you can put on a desk, different outfits. That would be adorable. Angela says, Kat, those paper dolls were a favorite of mine. Wish I'd kept mine too. Chris says, this is based on Wonderful Cat stream. Do you have a specific comfort food? And do you have certain cheesecake order if you eat cheesecake? Oh, that's a great question. Comfort foods. I know that I do. Like, for example, whenever I was really sick and my mom couldn't get me to eat anything, the only thing she was able to get me to eat was a baked potato and sour cream and salt and pepper. And it wasn't until this year, because even I told Keaton, I was like, if I'm ever sick and I don't want to eat, just get me a baked potato and I'll eat it. What I ended up realizing this year was I was craving the dairy because I started not feeling very well and I ate cottage cheese, and it ended up giving me the exact same good feeling that the sour cream did. And I was like, it was not the potato this whole time. It was the sour cream. So yeah, that was one of my things. And I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Because I have certain foods that if I eat them, it like takes me back to a certain time. Like I have a specific way that I can make oatmeal that reminds me of when I would eat it with my mama when I was a kid. There's like those Christmas cookies that people make where they're like the peanut butter ones that are rolled in sugar and you put a Hershey Kiss in the middle. I absolutely love those. Those are like one of my favorite things on the planet. Yeah, I guess I probably have a lot of things like that. And then in terms of a cheesecake order, so basic. I really do love plain cheesecake, but if I had to pick, it would probably be like one of those kind of like chocolate swirl ones where they're not like overly rich. It's not like completely chocolate. It still has some of the vanilla with some chocolate flavor in there. I really love those. And Jamie says, oh man, all the games. I remember Racco. Oh my God, I love Spirograph and Fashion Plates. I also have a tiny Etch-a-Sketch. Travis says, okay, peeps, I'm going to take a bath and then probably go back to sleep again. Absolutely. Glad I could catch you. Have a great night, everyone. You too, Travis. You take care, friend. Rob says, a Barrel of Monkeys, Battleship, Milbornis. I don't know that one. Stratigo, don't know that one either. And Kerplunk, I do know. Yeah, Kerplunk and Battleship, I did play. I never got to play Barrel of Monkeys with anyone, but I know about the game. And Kat says, feel better, Travis. Zach says, unfortunately, my advice for Travis falls under the don't try this at home category. And Angela says, Spirograph has all the clear circles where you insert a pen, but it inside another shape and make cool drawings. Oh, yes! I remember those. Yes, I remember them. Zach says, oh, yeah, circuitry has some dangerous heavy metals, especially if they use lead solder. Yeah. I could tell by there was a scent that literally wafted out of the box. And I was like, why did they give these to us? I didn't touch them very much at all. It was also probably a sensory issue. Like touching them felt so terrible that I was like, I never want to deal with these ever again. And Kat says, Chris, don't forget to share your comfort food when you discover it. Yeah, absolutely. And Rob says, Gilbert U238 Atomic Energy Laboratory. And Zach says, mine is the rice pie with hamburger crust. I left the recipe on Sprints once. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So sausage and potatoes is one of those recipes for me because my mom used to make that for us a lot. Kat says, well, I loved that I got to spend some time with y'all. Thanks for Sprints, Alex, Barry, and our heading out to the party. Happy weekend, friends. Hope you have a beautiful time at the party, Kat. Hope you have a lot of fun. It's great to see you. Stina says, grilled cheese sandwich with tomato soup is my nostalgic comfort food. And Stina says, we played Millie Bornis. My mom even found, I know I'm not saying that right. Is it Mile Bornis? Millie? I don't know how to say it. My mom even found a copy of the original touring at a garage sale. Rob says, coupe foray. Is that what you're saying? I am terrible at reading other languages, but I will admit that. All right, everybody. So we're going to go into the second to last sprints. We're going to have another 45-minute sprint and then a 30-minute sprint, which means that I get to ask one of the two questions I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is that it just has to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. And I just like learning new things. So I'm sure if you share it, it'll be great. And Stina says, Mealborn. All right, everybody. So I'm gonna get to my knitting, gonna work more on my sock on this heel that I got here, and I'm gonna wish you all happy reading, and I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did during that last sprint. I worked some on my sock, and that's how far right here I got on the heel. So you can see my little heel, and I'm a little over halfway through the heel, and then I get to do the turn and the gusset stitches, which is always like one of the most tedious parts of knitting a sock, but it's also fun. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Let's see, and Stina says, Kravi, sorry, no accent marks on this keyboard, and I don't remember the gender. And Zach says, I reread The Hunt for Red October as a buddy read. While looking something up, I learned the U.S. currently has 70 nuclear submarines operational, which seems a tad excessive. I didn't know we had 70 nuclear submarines. That does seem excessive. Angela says, I've always loved anything cotton candy, from the candy to scented candles, soaps, and perfumes that smell like it. I learned this week that it was first made in Tennessee, my home state. Oh, that's so fun. I didn't know that you loved cotton candy. We were talking earlier about, stuff from our childhood, Angela, and my dad bought me one of those like little handheld cotton candy makers. And what was so funny about it is it had to charge for 6 to 8 hours to be able to run to make cotton candy for 10 minutes. And you only got like this tiny, and it had a ring in the middle of it, this like tiny little bowl of cotton candy. But oh, I had so much fun with that thing. And Rob says, Alaska has the largest national forest in the U.S., the Tongass National Forest. I did not know that. Stina says, Rob, weird. It's New Creve, but Rue de Secours. I'm sure I completely butchered that. And Stina says, okay, I just learned that Rue de Secours, however you say that, refers to the entire spare tire wheel assembly, whereas un peu is just the tire part. Or not un peu is a little, I don't even know how to pronounce, is the P silent? I'm not sure. Steve says, I probably should have been able to figure that out on my own. He said, I also learned that my left eye will probably be in perpetual snow globe mode for several more weeks. The vitreous started detaching last Thursday. No, I'm so sorry to hear that. It means you got all those floaters in your eye, right? I heard about that. My eye doctor was always like, if you ever see way more floaters than you're ever used to, your retina might be detaching. And I don't think it's supposed to be painful, but it does take a long time to heal. And he said, when the right one detached in 2013, it took the retina with it, so I had bubbles instead of floaters. Oh God, I'm so sorry. And Jamie says, I learned octopuses have highly distributed intelligence. About half their neurons are in their arms. Each arm can think, yes, and act semi-independently. Each arm can taste, touch, and decide simultaneously. Yes, I think that's really cool too. Jamie says, I'm fascinated by octopuses. I highly recommend the book The Soul of an Octopus by Cy Montgomery. Yeah, octopuses are really neat. I also love them. Rob says, Estina, let's see, that is a flat, and Rue de Secours is a spare. Okay. Rob typed in a sock. Yes. Love working on my socks. Jamie says, finally made it home from running errands. So many people out there, but I did make it to 56% of my audiobook while sitting in traffic. Oh my goodness. You poor thing. And Angela says, oh, cool story, Alex. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I had a lot of like funny kind of toys like that when I was a kid. One of the other ones my dad got me was a gummy worm making kit. And you could make like both worms and the little gummy rings. And I remember thinking that they tasted really good, but they took a lot of work to be able to make. All right. And I guess my interesting thing that I learned is not so much a fun fact as it was an experience. I learned that I waited way too long to go to physical therapy for my back. And better late than never, I guess. I went to physical therapy for the first time for my injury that I got 5 years ago, and what caused me to have that really bad pinched nerve that made it to where I couldn't join sprints a month ago. And, I was given some exercises to do, and I found out that like certain muscles in my back are really weak and are affecting my posture. And I have to do like stretches and warm ups and different things. And I have to try to like build up the muscles in my back to hopefully make it to where I guess my trapezoids are really tight because they've been over engaged for a long time. And that's probably part of the problem. So on the road to recovery. The good news is both my doctor and the physical therapist both believe that it is not a disc in my back that's causing the problem, which was my original fear, is that I had a herniated disc. And they both believe that it's muscular, which means that it's something that I can fix. So, on the road to recovery. Angela says, Jamie, Remarkably Bright Creatures was so good, tears throughout. Teresa says, I just went to doc on Tuesday to make sure I didn't have retinol detached or whole or whatever it's called. My floaters are very bad right now, waiting to get used to them. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't know, like Stina, you were saying earlier that you had a detachment back in, you said, I think 2013. I don't know what causes that, or if it's something random, or if it was like an injury, like eye pressure issues. I have no idea. So you feel free to let us know. And I will get us set up for our last sprint of the evening, which is going to be a 30-minute sprint. So let me get the timer changed really quick. There we go. And give you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Could be big, could be small, could be something that you did, I don't know, 5 minutes ago, or something that you did all the way back 2 weeks ago when we had our last sprint. So you can do it for the last 2 weeks if you like. I don't mind. And I look forward to hearing about it. And I'm going to go back to probably working on my sock. And I'm also listening to the latest Josh Johnson video where he's talking about 50 Cent doing his Netflix documentary on Diddy, which is, it's pretty funny because legendarily large hatred that 50 Cent has for Diddy. And the fact that this man made an entire documentary about this person that he hates so much and like went to all the trouble to get like a bunch of footage that implicates him in so many things and talks about him is just, I don't know, it's wild. I actually want to go and watch it. That was something that Keaton and I had talked about potentially, because we don't have a Netflix subscription, potentially getting Netflix for so we can watch that. So we'll see. But I will let you all get to it, and I will see you in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have officially gotten to the point where I'm doing my heel turn. So I've got my little back of my heel, getting ready to work on the part that's the bottom of the heel. So I made a lot of progress. All right, and before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something that you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And you could really do it for the last couple weeks. And I gotta go back to where I was. There we go. Jamie says, I can imagine, Angela, I still have to get to that one. Lots of tears reading The Soul of an Octopus too. Stina says, vitreous detachment is normal aging, but I have a bunch of factors making it more likely for the retina to tear or detach. I'm sorry to hear that. You said in early 40s is pretty early. I was 42 for the retinal detachment, but I've had severe myopia from a young age, probably due to my genetic disorder that means my collagen is defective. Zach says, we had a larger cotton candy machine when I was a kid. It almost burned the house down because one of the cats turned it on. I forgot something and had to come back on my way to school and turned it off. It was flinging molten sugar everywhere and the cats were going crazy. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad that you had to go back in. And Teresa says, mine was just normal mix of old age and eye surgery over the last couple of years. The gel in your eyes gets messed up when they go in and break up a cataract or whatever they're doing in there. And that's how I got floaters in one eye. The recent one was the gel pulling away from the back of my eye and was causing flashes of light. So I went to make sure it didn't cause a hole. Not good with all the technical terms. So that's okay. I understand what you're saying. So thank you for explaining. Sia says, turns out humans are mostly water and collagen. Yeah. Sia says, Teresa, yeah, I was getting flashes Thursday evening, so I called my eye surgeon's office and they said to go to the ER. They did an ultrasound and couldn't find a tear. My surgeon's office got me in the next day and confirmed that the retina is still intact and in place, but I'm still at risk for a few weeks. You poor thing. I'm so sorry. You said, Alex, you're right. There are no pain receptors inside the eye, so you have to pay attention to floaters and flashes and other sudden changes. Well, I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that you went to go have it looked at. Teresa says, Stina, I was lucky and very relieved that mine wasn't a tear. So Teresa, yes, indeed. Still be careful for a while. No bouncing. Rob says, B. Zach says, the thing I'm proud of is how much fun I had with the gift exchange with my friend. It's all done by mail, but we still had an absolute blast. Also, writing this made me cry. Oh, I'm so glad you had a great time, Zach. That's wonderful. Sia says, Zach, wow, that's wild. Rob says, chocolate, thank you for sprints. Hashtag capybara. Good night, Rob. It's great to see you. Jamie says, I'm proud that my long distance friend group decided to move our virtual gift exchange to January 2nd. There's lots going on this year, and we decided not to unduly stress ourselves out. Well, that's great. Always nice to not make it worse on yourself than it needs to be, especially when it's supposed to be fun. Stina says, I'm proud of myself for getting all my 2026 calendar pages printed this week. I used it as a reading log to keep track of book club picks and meetings, so I have specific requirements. I can't get in mass-produced calendars. That Moleskine is the closest so far. I like that Kurzgesagt site, though. I might get their health journal. Yeah, the Kurzgesagt's really fun. They have a lot of cool stuff that they make. See, it says, Jamie, our gaming group finally got to our Christmas brunch in February one year. It was a good decision. Angela says, I finished my book. Great job. Thank you for the sprints tonight. Hope you have a good week ahead. I hope you do as well. Thank you so much. Angela says, oh, and don't forget to listen to the Socks album, funny lyrics and happy melodies. I did put it in my Spotify, so I will definitely listen. Thank you for the recommendation. Rob says, good night to all the sock people. Well, thank you, and good night to you too. My thing that I was proud of, honestly, was just kind of making it through a rough week. This week was pretty difficult for me. At work, there's just a lot of stuff going on, but the one thing I'm happy about is Keaton is like getting settled slowly into his new role, and he works from home now, so it made it easier on me when I hosted an event on Wednesday and I didn't have to come home in the middle of the day and have to drive back to work. So that honestly, like, I know it sounds like a small thing, but it does help me out a lot to not have the stress of worrying about Barker while I'm at work. And Angela says, Zach, but I bet the house smelled great after you have to scrape all the sugar off the wall. Jamie says, I finished the chapter I was on in Bad Girls, then switched to the physical book where I end. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm very tired. I was able to read the first 2 chapters. Very nice. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Thanks everyone for the book recs I picked up tonight. Yes, I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. And just if you're going to be in an area where there's bad weather or lots of snow coming your way, just be careful outside. And I shall hopefully see you all next week. And with that, I wish you all good night and goodbye. See you later.